Alright, stop talking shit because, oh no, my camera's on. When was that there? Oops.
There he is.
Oh no, how did that get
Oh no!
there?
Doxed!
It's okay, you didn't get seen, you're fine. Wait, hold on, why is the screen blank? Wait, there we go. Look, it's the game we're playing, guys! Welcome to Ace at Ernie. Ace at and or attorney.
Objection.
So, time for the real question.
Objection game, yep.
If waterbenders can control blood, does that mean they can control cum?
Oh.
I thought they had milk benders for that.
Hang on, I'm gonna look up the percentage of...
Did I look up...
Lord.
Was I reading the wrong Avatar lore?
Yes, wrong avatar law.
Guys?
Well, it's confirmed that waterbenders can bend my tears, because I am crying right now.
Can they bend some bleach into my ears and my eyes? Because it's a horrible day to hear this.
I was
I
looking
didn't
at
need
me.
this.
I wasn't listening to this.
It's 99.6% water, so the answer is yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Wow.
I'm
Sorry,
glad.
I only watch good shows, like my harem anime. Thank you very much.
Wiz
Sorry,
is
it's-
asking the real questions.
First of all, are we talking about the one with the blue people? Because that's much better.
No, not that avatar. Oh, I found pictures of... I found the pictures of, No Burger Reg Cheese.
No burger, reg cheese. That was a meme. Alright, before we get into more riveting conversation, let's get into this trial, shall we?
Boom!
Yes.
Wait, I don't even
somebody
think it's...
died. Somebody died,
died.
and we need to figure out who did it.
Yes,
Because that's apparently our job.
you may remember from last time that there was a bit of a revelation that a certain someone may have potentially, possibly forged evidence. So we need to figure out who did that.
Yeah, she was like,
Fluffy.
they're like, did you forge evidence? And she's like, hey, we did what we need to do. And
She's
everyone's
like, bitch, I might have.
Yeah, she didn't give two shits, did she?
No, she was just like, whatever.
Oh.
Alright. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright and co-law offices. What the fuck was that noise?
It was just me unzipping.
Emma, are you okay?
Unzips voice.
Unzips voice.
Unzips esophagus.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright.
Sorry, Mr. Wright, I had to do it to him.
Unzips throat.
I'm sorry for that, and I'm also sorry for what my sister just said.
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
Had to do it to him.
I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings.
Sounds like
Sounds
everyone's
dark.
heard about these killings, but me.
The Jeremiah killings.
Lana wanted Drake convicted so badly. That's why she used me. And that's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you?
It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
I did it.
Ah!
I am Joe Dark.
Okay, solved. Let's go home.
Pack it
Good
in.
work, boys.
Shut it down. Okay. On the night the prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you? The serial killer?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil. He was only trying to save me.
So that means you...
Yeah. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial.
I didn't see that one coming. Actually, I did, because I played this before.
It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office.
Joe Dark.
It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and he screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. And then...
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went, and suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
Permanent picture?
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why why she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? What bogus evidence? Bogus evidence.
Bogus evidence.
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence, and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today.
She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not up to Emma.
Ice cold.
What did you see in the instant the crime occurred?
Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. And when I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma. You've been through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago. Must have been 14. It's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, and find the evidence and make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. There's still something that bothers me about that crime. Something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor?
Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview. Fled into my sister's office.
But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective offices and the questioning rooms are right across from the elevator.
across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
Oh, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force.
What? That's news to me.
After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective? Better have another talk with her.
I'm a bit curious about that career path, hey?
What, being
Yeah,
a
like-
detective and then going to be a prosecutor?
Like, what
Yeah, like-
schooling did she do?
Don't you need a law degree?
No, you can do crime, just fucking go into a court. Easy.
If you hate criminals enough, you can be a prosecutor too.
February 24, detention center, visitors room.
Just have an edgy backstory. You can do what you want.
Oh yeah.
Lana,
Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble.
Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type.
Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we?
but Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks.
Lana, Emma told me about you.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was a reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs?
See, Phoenix thinks it's weird too.
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
Right. Yeah, no, Wright's
Right.
an idiot, and even he's catching on.
But, bruh, a lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of it which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago.
Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be.
That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth.
It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Lana. What Miss Starr said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us?
Emma, this doesn't involve just me.
I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before.
It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago.
She was amazing. They still talk about the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Chief Gant?
He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes.
Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. I can't believe it.
Very flustered.
I can't
dude.
believe it's not real butter.
I do get flustered looking at that absolute
I can't
unit.
believe-
Goddamn.
I can't believe
Yeah.
it's not a real prosecutor. Okay, so these guys, best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed.
Emma really idolized her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened?
I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was
To gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use it in court, right?
Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office.
Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago.
2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark.
Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right?
Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations.
They even had the same office.
And
We
they
led a team of the
boom.
best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case was it was Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place.
When he tried to murder Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Joe Duck.
You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me.
Now you tell us.
Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Grant and myself.
That's where he found me.
So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana?
It appears so. I was filling some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood.
3
Blood.
bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma who had passed out.
And the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious.
What did you do?
To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her.
Can't blame her after all. The sister must have gone through.
After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest.
Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident.
That's right. Quite a coincidence, hmm?
I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance.
But that case was solved 2 years ago.
At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved.
Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely.
I guess he wasn't convinced of the ruling against Joe Dark.
Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories.
That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right?
Yes, at the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office.
Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. Side of the final SL9 murder. Alright, thanks, Lana.
Alright.
Bye.
See ya.
See ya!
February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department.
I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere.
God damn it.
Things seem kind of quiet around here today.
You're right. Chief of Detectives seemed the same, though.
Why don't we go look at some other people to talk to?
Right. You can come back here later. Oh, is this not
See
the
ya!
place? Oh, there. Here.
Give me your money!
He keeps fucking quoting that. He keeps
See ya!
quoting it.
It's so
too
fucking
good.
good.
That is great. It's great.
Very good.
February 24th, Police Department entrance.
You're gonna be recompleted. Aw, damn. Howdy, Bambina.
Oh, Mr. Marshall, you can call me Bambina anytime.
Never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Okay, Sarah, you never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? Should've known my luck would run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance. But we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
But Mr. Marshall, why'd you do it?
Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Why you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall? Would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported there were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he? Your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? Knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother.
The day that the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years had gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. His star was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They?
Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gann and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gann, and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana was transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. Someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
That's sad.
Oh man, so sad.
F in the chat for Marshall.
Oh,
February
I'm sure, Daddy.
24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department.
This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
And everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did, and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
Wow, that's so American.
I think festive is the word they usually use for those.
Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator up to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right! You can't go in there! It's off limits! Now I see why Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office.
I see.
Alrighty, let's go.
Fuck the police.
Well, that's illegal. Oh, this motherfucker would have an organ in his fucking
My
office.
fucking god. Who is this Phantom of the Opera shit?
Oh, wow.
February 24th, Police Department, Chief's Office.
I love tax dollars at work, hey?
How do you think he plays his theme without that organ? Whoa, where am I?
Jesus,
the
it's a fucking
office,
church.
Well, at least that's what it said on the door.
Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it?
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten.
Fuck.
They used to call me Little Miss Buck.
That's cute.
I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me the notes. I never could remember where C was.
Hmm?
Oh,
Oh, it's you two!
Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk.
Oh, righto. How have you been swimming lately?
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately.
Good, because I flubbed that line. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Miss Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement.
Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence?
2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there?
My god, they were detectives of the night. That's badass.
Yes!
I could just imagine, like, he's like, hey guys, you got me in the picture, right?
Yes!
So you're saying your detective doesn't have a temper on the payroll? That's a match, bro.
You sing.
Egg.
Go, Bromy.
That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me.
Well, just leave now, why don't you?
So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
We took it to commemorate our work together.
Something's not right with this picture. Can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though.
See it. I see it.
Canteen picture added to the court record.
That picture is funky enough to play for Wild Cherry.
Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh. But this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
All the same, we'd still like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore.
Okay, Daddy.
Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Looks like we aren't welcome.
Seems that case wasn't over with yet after all.
What do you mean?
Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
Mean like a clue?
There's gotta be a way we can get inside the Chief's office. Maybe we can ask the Chief again.
February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department.
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Hey!
Hey, pal.
Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
Oh, buddy. From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Demoted.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask?
He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court.
That sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes.
But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Sorry, Emma.
Fuck you. Respectfully.
Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as prosecutor kept him safe from all those who didn't like him. But now, with this...
Are there really so many people who hate him?
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies.
Hey, Dick, keep up the good work.
Hey, fuck you! Yes, yes, sir.
Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat.
Yes, sir.
You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir.
Seems you don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack.
Oh, he's had crack, don't worry.
Fuck yes. Actually, I took a look at the fuck. Okay, let me just go
Take a deep breath, bro. You're all good.
Ow, ow. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing.
Seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything?
The only evidence Drake left behind was during his final attack,
His final attack? You mean...
when he killed Prosecutor Marshall. He was trying to protect some girl.
Me.
Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay?
His powers of recollection never fail to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
Good idea, Emma. I'm gonna do this first, though.
Just gonna pull a knife on Gumshoe. George Ark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
Businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So it was an accident.
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal.
He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then when he was burying the bodies, the jogger came up on the scene and he was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in.
Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Doc was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
That last witness. AKA Emma.
Anyway, have you seen this knife?
Oh god, he's got a knife! Drop it, pal!
Have you seen this knife? About this.
Hey, what's that?
It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of?
Hey. Ever since that case was closed, that knife's being locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, it suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
Oh, did you say it? I didn't hear you, sorry.
Oh. That's it!
Mike's cutting out a bit.
Now I remember what incriminating... fuck. Now I remember what incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Through the astute powers of observation, you can tell that the tip is snapped off. Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip when the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Just the tip.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet. Down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
Neil's autopsy report added to the court record. Switchblade knife updated in the court record.
Well, there you have it, in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
No.
Oh.
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
The chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around, if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh.
So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office.
I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind.
There definitely is, but we do not currently have it.
Is it a gun?
Pull out the knife again! Emma, take this knife, we'll flank him!
See ya!
See ya! You're gonna be
See ya.
recompleted!
February 24th, prosecutor's office.
I'm Sora.
Underground parking lot.
No one's here today. Not even Miss Star.
Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are.
We proved in court that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m.
Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
Instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow.
February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202.
I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet.
There he is. It looks like he's writing something.
What are you doing here?
He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh?
Huh. I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around.
Roombas flying around.
Damn
Roombas.
space Roombas, right? Cleaning my floor and my air. What's another allegation to me?
You're not fit to breathe my air, right?
Take my Roomba army.
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm Roombaing for you.
Oh.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always Roombaing. Always trying to hide his real feelings. Just let me know what you're feeling, Miles.
No.
Hiding
know
his
the real you.
Roombas.
So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day.
Yeah, I'm gonna present this Roomba so you can clean up that attitude of yours.
There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase that fact.
But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified.
The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains that the same, no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work. So tell me why? Why has it all come to this?
Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow?
First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on this trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd.
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture. Something seems strange about it. I'll talk about this first. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right?
I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this.
those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff.
Uh-huh.
I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah. Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to?
That's right.
That's suspicious.
This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Hell, fuck yeah, I caught a dragon here.
Oh, what?
How interesting. The sword
Prosecutor,
on that shield.
why doesn't mine have a cool sword? Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes.
Trophy that Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours.
Yes. You're right. Ah, I remember now.
Remember what?
That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
A story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us?
It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on.
Illuminating.
This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake?
Very well.
Hey, fuck you, Wright.
Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon.
Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other.
Oh no.
Oh, shit.
Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion. Even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield?
You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. How convenient. Perhaps that was the murder weapon, and this is the conclusion that we'll reach at the end of this case.
Chief Gang. King of Prosecutor's Trophy, updated in the court record. Oh, how very perceptive of you, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's almost like Edgeworth knew what happened
Because I did it.
I wonder
because he
what
played
was
this game
writing.
before.
I wonder what he was writing before.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's sneak a peek.
Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there.
He's coked out of his brain. He doesn't even know.
I'm I'm on a bad right, can't help.
Hey, Edgeworth.
What?
Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground!
Hold on. First, let me see what this guy...
Oh.
Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet.
She's sniffing feet pics.
He didn't even look.
What? Letter of...
If
Jesus Christ.
you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation.
Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean...
I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died.
Oh, but Mr. Edgeworth, none of it's your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either.
Uh-oh. I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything.
You can use it as evidence.
Letter
You
of
can roll it.
resignation. Put into the pocket.
You can roll it up and use it to snort.
Perhaps you could use it to allow Mr. Detective Gumshoe to let you into the office.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. That's
Wow.
exactly what I'm gonna go do.
I've seen Burnout before as well. It's a
I'm
it's a
catching
bitch.
to all of
Yeah.
these plot threads. I am a detective.
February 24th, Prosecutor's Office, underground parking lot.
I don't know who the... I can't remember who this is.
Excuse me.
Duh.
Oh, there we go!
Oh, yeah. Would either of you care for a £1/4 of roast beef?
Miss Starr! I guess she's out of lunches.
You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked the cow's nipple to discover milk.
I'm not gonna
Still,
lie. I was just gonna say something about sucking
No.
dick, but okay.
No.
Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago.
Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be all attributed to mere coincidence.
Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness.
The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago.
Joe Dog. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trialed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell.
You mean because of his brother's death?
They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate.
Huh?
Lana Sky. My sister. The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by the legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gent. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out.
You mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Joe Doc got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
She was being used?
Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Gant led the investigation. With Lana second in command, they were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism, in particular, was almost unreal.
His magnetism?
By that, I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the case he handled.
Credible evidence? You mean...
Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence.
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered...
Murdered.
Murdered.
Moided.
Oh my gosh, guys, it's been a murder.
Yeah.
You're doing great, though.
Oh, fuck. Okay. What the hell was a murder?
Murder.
Okay, hang on a second.
You're good, you're good.
She felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yeah, it's thanks to Chief and powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control.
Oh, hi. What a coincidence, your character's on screen.
There was only one thing left for him to control. and then no one could stand in his way. The
Seamless.
prosecutor's office.
You literally see one soul leave the body and another enter.
You made it.
Hey,
What are you
like,
guys talking about? Nothing has happened.
No.
Go away.
Whoever was filling her in can continue if you want. Sorry, my afternoon nap turned into an afternoon coma.
That's all good. If you
I know the
fancy staying,
feeling.
you can. If not, that's fine. It's all good.
Oh no, I'd love to keep going. I was just
Okay.
for the
Thanks
sake
for-
of shamelessness.
Okay. Thank you for covering, Sunfell. Appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred?
If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
How could he control Lana?
I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since their case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change.
At last. Finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star.
You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. I have no idea what the fuck's going on.
You just come into this with no context at all.
Somebody got
Holy
mated.
No,
Why?
Moided. Moided.
Moided.
Someone
Yeah,
got moided.
Up in this stream?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No way.
What? There's been a moider. Oh wait. Shit.
moid.
There we go.
February 24th, police station, criminal affairs depth.
Welcome back.
You're still here?
Well, yeah, I work here.
Oh.
I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well.
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ.
I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer is still no.
Huh?
I'm not letting you into Chief's office. Period. It'll be my neck on the line.
That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there.
There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
Nah, we got nothing, sorry.
This is
Oh,
it. It's over.
shit.
That's it, game over.
Hand over the money.
Pack it in,
Mission
everyone.
failed! We'll get him next time.
Go.
What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgewood can't be serious!
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they pushed him to this far!
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice, too. But I knew different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him!
Detective,
That's it! I made up my mind.
woo! But
Here, take my ID card.
We can't do that. If someone found out...
they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be good as terminated.
What?
So at least let me do this
Oh, what? Do you? Oh.
for Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
Alright, detective. Thank you. Gumju's ID tucked swiftly into pocket. Thanks, pal.
Pow!
Bye, pal.
See ya, pal!
Forever.
February
See ya.
24th, police
See ya.
department,
See ya.
See ya!
I'm Gumshoe.
Chief's office.
Okay.
Goes Mr. Wright.
Click, beep, snarf, heck, bork, flarf.
See ya!
See ya!
Yes. the giant organ.
Give me your money!
We're
Oh my
in.
god, it's the night detective. Watch
man.
out.
If anyone finds us now,
Detective
Detective
Gumshoes.
Gumshoes.
That's
your
me,
life.
Emma. God.
that's your life. No, we just finish each other's sandwiches.
Ah, true.
That's what I was gonna do.
So good.
That happens. I'm counting on you to bail me out.
Game over.
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Ah! Detective Gumshoe!
Oh, God.
What are you doing sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too.
If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID card crushed and rendered unusable in pocket? Okay. Might
Oh,
fucking
no.
need that.
Yeah.
Hey, don't do that to my card.
That's justifiable anger right there, Jesus.
Jesus,
What
Phoenix.
the hell,
Jesus.
man? Now I can't go get lunch. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here.
Can't even get my police concession now, fuck you.
So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
We're all in this together.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I got a bad feeling about this.
That's rude.
Not you, just this. Oh, hold on. A desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's?
Yes. That's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day, 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now?
Well, sir, this is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at the New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see. I would like to see that.
So ever since Lana left, no one touches that desk.
No one except Chief Gant. And that cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining.
We'll see about that.
Yes,
Sure.
you only came in here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SR9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on. Yes, buddy.
Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you, don't worry about it, it's supposed to be it's supposed to stop bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that.
Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Chief Gant. Let's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I
he's
don't
a
divulge
bitch.
my feelings. Yet.
He's got barra titties, that's why.
There you go. Ignoring me again.
Did someone say something?
How could this happen to me? I made my mistakes.
This is a safe, isn't it?
But life goes on. Say the word. That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay, if you say so.
It looks like a code needs to be entered into this panel to open it.
A 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is.
7777.
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
7.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? Yes.
Oh, please do tell me. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing.
7, 7, 7, 7, 7,
Oh my God.
7,
7.
7,
7.
7.
Huh,
Seven.
it's a shame it doesn't say access ganted.
Ah, that would be great.
Missed
Get out of
opportunity.
here.
Bingo.
Oh.
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal?
Mine. 7777777. The final ID card number on that record.
What?
The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean 7777777? That ID number?
7.
I think you're
Seven.
1 7 shy this time. This can only be
Seven.
one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
No.
No, don't look in there.
Thanks.
Oh God!
Sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777
This is a robbery.
billion 777
Alright, who brought the
billion
duffel bag?
777
Is there any money in there? How much is he stashed away?
777,777.
Look, it's a.
Ooh.
A shard from a broken cup.
Somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
The vase that you took 3 hours to make.
There's something else in there too.
Shut up.
It's Wright's ego. It's broken.
What's this?
Eh.
It looks like a piece of leather cloth. And that's Mr. Wright to you, Emma.
Hold on, right? I
And
think I
wallet.
see your pride locked away in here.
Pretty cheek
is a-
handprint.
It's a handprint, isn't it?
There's some motes in there, sister. Grab that primeval.
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? Is that all that was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now.
A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, that's my neck on the line here.
Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on. There's got to be something we can show the detective.
How about this knife? Ha
See ya!
It all
See ya!
comes back to the knife.
Give me your evidence! Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar?
Remember when the three of us put it back together? Ah, those were the days.
Oh man.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. The shards had the SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found?
You mean this one? That was in the safe?
It's that one that was in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells.
Give me your evidence, Detective Gumshoe.
No.
Ah, playing hard to get, I see.
Let's see if it fits.
Oh, it'll fit. Yeah, let me see that shot. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Right, here's some glue.
If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. God, he flusters me so much. Here we go.
This little maneuver's gonna cost us 84 years.
Right
3D.
What? I don't get it. This piece doesn't fit anywhere on the jar, and I didn't try at all.
Oh my
What? Come on, man. Try again.
Well, I need a breather. I'll try it again later.
Don't. I'll switch your eye drops with my special solution.
Better, yes.
Is it bleach?
Bleach.
Jesus Christ, Emma. Alright, hold on. I'm just gonna skip through this shit.
I remember the day when we were piecing the shit together. Seems
see if
like
it
it was
fits.
only yesterday.
Those halcyon
Okay.
days.
Alright.
There's days in the evidence room.
Okay.
When we put this jar together, it feels like just yesterday. Oh, it was?
There we go. Got it. Alright.
Yay!
We didn't even have to rotate it. Oh my god.
I thought we did. There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But.
Yeah, he does have a good butt.
Yes!
Mm.
My mic is cringe.
Yeah, what is it?
This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
There's a reddish line on it.
A reddish line. That's blood.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in the safe?
Unstable jaw updated in the court record.
Dun, 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 dun.
Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town. Sheesh.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead. God, this guy's such an idiot.
This mad lad.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh?
Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe.
Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Oh yes,
Down the-
I was totally joking.
Down the toilet, along with...
Testing you. Alright, Mr. Wright. Let's check for fingerprints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away.
Oh, I know what to do. What are you, my mum? I don't have to be told a million times. Wow, that's kind of a dick move to say to a fucking 16-year-old Phoenix.
He didn't
Jesus.
say it to her, he's just thinking it to himself. That's fine.
Alright, let's get this over with.
I know I used to have to do the same shit when I worked with kids.
Yeah, honestly, fair. Alright. Don't have Edgeworth here to help me this time, but I'm sure I'll be fine.
Ah, fuck yes.
Coat it all. Oh, yes. Alright.
With that
Alright.
fine white powder.
I'm going to roll up $100 bill.
Alright, ready?
I'm gonna roll up your resignation letter.
I gave it my best shot.
That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it?
It doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print.
Okay, let's try a different finger then. You know what that means?
Yes, more powder.
Love hit.
More cocaine. More.
Cocaine.
Buckets of cocaine.
Okay.
I
Okay.
sell cocaine
Okay.
and cocaine accessories.
Okay.
Alright, ready?
Yeah.
What in the hell is a JPEG?
Ugh.
Ooh, now that's a fingerprint.
Oh, I didn't get it enough, apparently.
That's just an excuse.
You know what that means, guys.
He just wanted a second go.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, you twisted my arm.
Ah, there we go.
You've made a convincing argument.
Oh, that's right. We have to actually figure out whose they are.
Oh,
Not
it isn't
Mike
it-
Meekins.
Oh.
Not Jake Marshall.
Oh, wow.
Not Bruce Goodman. Not Dick Gumshoe. Let's try as he might. Not Lana Sky. Ooh,
Oh, no.
Oh no, Emma did cocaine.
damn, son. That's pretty fucking concise, ain't it?
Pretty fucking sussy.
Pretty sussy.
My god, you did it, Emma.
No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh?
About that
Oh,
kid.
it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, well that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Hey, you! Over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
Here, maybe you should hold on to this.
Piece of cloth, folded, and added to the court record.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk.
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier...
Egg.
Oh, it's you two.
I love how I can just turn around and glare at Bromy now because he's sitting behind me.
Yup.
I
Chief
can't believe
Gant.
2 weeks ago I was there with you guys. I miss you.
Oh.
Sure.
Yeah,
Maybe
we
one day I'll be down there with you guys.
He put that paper he was reading in his desk.
Get in there.
I wonder what he was reading. I bet it's smut.
What if there's lewd parchments? This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence.
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this one, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, detective. What did you just say?
I said, I wonder what...
No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long.
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-size list of evidence.
The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I knew it! The Chief must be hiding something about that case.
It would appear so. Evidence list added to the court record.
Is it like one of those friendship necklaces where Edgeworth has one half and Gant has the other half?
Except it's with evidence, which...
Yeah.
Well, was there any help?
Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence.
Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Yeah.
Chief Gant!
We didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective.
Hey, just because he has Labrador energy.
Do you mean me, sir?
Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat.
Me, sir?
Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
But sir.
Now get out!
Yes, sir.
We'll be on our way too, then.
Wait! You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
She's a minor, don't do it!
Oh, God.
But sir, I'm not an
You
adult.
with the spiky hair. You're free to go.
Mr. Wright!
Pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go and sneak in like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Now that I've seen...
If I knew I'd been fired, I wouldn't have said it.
I was okay with getting caught until I got caught. Now that I've...
Do you think I can comprehend consequences, pal?
Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
Anyway, you listen to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
Did someone say
I'm
something?
gonna go kiss some butts.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day.
February 24th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room.
Were you doing Lana as well, Hey Era? I can't remember.
Yeah.
I
Sarah
remember
was.
shit.
I'm pretty sure you were, if you fancy.
Yeah, you were.
I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning.
It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in the trial. The court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here.
But I've already been told you all I can.
What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I've finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words.
Mia did a good job mentoring you. Fuck, I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe.
Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual.
What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of? What is this person's name?
Well, Miss Sky?
Mr. Wright, you're addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
Take it she's still not ready to spill the beans.
My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he's respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course, these are serious offenses.
Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant?
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was...
Me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, but the other... But also one other. Damon Gant.
If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case.
I just found this in a safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece, and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Okay, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
In the murder of Detective Goodman.
Perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day.
I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car.
Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
A murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
A knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another.
That would be Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand?
Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. Then he saw me just as I plunged the knife in.
Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible.
So, you hid Dark's knife?
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that.
So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it? In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe?
Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone on this force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma was so confident about Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
A bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. It was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence?
He had already stolen the ID card. But it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room?
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
But Lana...
You've Earned my respect, Mr. Wright. Both a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive offline as demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. And who that Templar guy is. I want to find out his name and recruit him.
I know, right? Who the fuck's the knight?
Yeah. Crazy, bro.
There are
Matt
hot
can
nights
take
in
him.
your area.
There's a Templar man?
Yeah, did you see the photo? There's like a little guy off to the right who didn't get put in the photo. He's a beautiful lad.
I don't
Would-
can't call him little, despite the
would you-
fact he's taller than Gant.
Would you guys like a $5?
Yeah, gotta
Yeah,
get
I'll
a
take
coffee.
$5.
Yep.
Yeah,
okay.
right.
No.
Yo, $5?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Ask
Fuck
Chief
yeah.
Gant. He's the one with the money.
Aw.
All right.
Remember, you're voicing Gant. Give me a $5.
All right. I'm putting my break screen on. We'll be back in 5. Stay tuned.
Sounds
Nice,
good.
nice, nice.
I didn't pick up plasma grenade. Oh god, he's right there! I did not see him! There we go. I figured it out. We're doing it like this. He's gonna have his big pog face. Look at him. Say hello, Alexander. You beautiful Blavin God. Hello. This works perfectly, actually. Oh god, I'm dying. Ah! Correction, this did not work perfectly. Now we get to go in here and meet the most powerful Disney character ever. I'm of course talking about
There's something about
Kyrie.
this musty place.
Yes, you're musty.
It reminds me of the secret place back home, where we used to scribble on the walls. Remember?
You're a secret place.
Kyrie?
Sora?
She's inside you, Sora. You need to get her out. Or you'll be 100% Kyrie. She'll take over your body forever.
Don't let them get me.
Bro, you need to chill. I got this. I don't got this. Oh my god. I'm getting close. I don't got this! I will throw that a bit better this time. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Well, I didn't throw it really better for him, but I didn't kill myself, so that's a plus. Just do it properly, Supe. Come on. I know it's on Legendary, man, but far out. That was a bit unnecessary. Ooh. Posture check. Will do, thank you. Stop. Can I just have, like, a moment of breath? Give me moment of breath, please. I do not wish to die. Oh, that's it! Oh, no. That's a full party wipe. No, they're dead. I'm not looking. They're dead. They're completely dead. It's done. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead inside. I'm so dead inside right now. No, that's not 8. That's 9 now. So, no, yeah, normal.
Adhesion.
Sticky.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, God, no.
I'm gonna give you $10 to never fucking do that again. Christ.
Sticky, icky.
Oh my god.
Yo, this guy's paying out.
It's a sticky
Bruh.
thing for me. I can't. We are the enemy, you know.
You're the closest degenerate.
Bruh, just whenever Gant walks in the room. Sticky. More stupid than usual.
No one go near Banaku, he's just gonna stop blasting you.
Of course he is.
That's what blast me, bro. How dare you?
He's dangerous.
Fucking do it, bitch.
Who's he gonna pick?
Fuck, I didn't see that coming. Oh well, my... Hello, Phil! It's Phil Swift here with Flex Tape. I got 2 words for you. That's a lot of damage. 2 words. You ain't Flex Tape. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal. I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, but it wouldn't get me anywhere.
So you did it to fool the security cab.
And the detective's ID carbonara.
Carbonara.
I stole the more. I stole. What?
I am transferred.
We're just here to investigate a murder case.
Murder.
A body was found in this nasty bright red sports car in the parking lot.
Oh no, wait a minute. I wonder whose car it is.
That would be my car. What of it?
It had personalized plates. It was disgusting.
It smelled of swamp ass.
What? Was it your car?
I'll say one thing, she certainly can scream.
Why did the license plates say gumshoe?
Everybody has their kink, alright?
Every trip. Give it yours is for 4 seconds and you're done. Wait.
my kink is paid porn.
I want to support the business.
I want to support the local businesses.
Local.
Yeah, local to Earth. Didn't you hear? There's, like, mums near me, though.
Yeah, dude,
single mums, no less.
There's a lot of like single milfs around my area.
Torsions that are unnatural for humans, so...
Wax on. Wax off. Dab.
Gee, thanks.
First of all, you want to have this?
Evidence room floor plans added to the court record. Oh,
gosh. Don't you? Get down with the sickness.
That's right. It's an honor.
To get down with the sickness.
After all, the murder took place right.
Thank you, Angel Dullahan, for the follow. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Enjoy the ride, I hope. We're about to it's just in time to beat up some children, which is, you know, my favorite part about these games. Wanted pro Pokemon catcher. Oh, say no more. I just murdered a Murkrow. Are an average of 3 inches 3 feet tall and 63.9 pounds. This means they are large enough to be able to handle human dicks, and with their impressive base stats for HP and access to acid armor, you can be rough with one.
Due to their mostly water-based biology, there is no doubt in my mind that this copy pasta needs to fucking die in a hole.
A lie? Well,
No one's
lies
ever
don't
lied
lie.
to me before, said
Musketeers
Mickey.
don't ever run from danger. Then it's time for me to get a new job. Right. Together we can stop.
Yeah, we're in this together.
They're playing it like a sad moment, but that was actually really hilarious. Dink insomnia is more than proper for the modern streamer. Oh, hashtag free the dink. Hashtag wake up the dink. Fine.
That's impossible. So what we're saying is the same person was killed at the same time and in a completely different location?
Order, order, order.
No. What I want to know is
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
when I was little, I always
I
used to call
fought
myself
people for the
Sunny
name
Something.
Sunny as well.
I mean, I used to go by my DeviantArt handle, which was crossbreed777, and I was just like,
Hey,
I was like, cringe.
I remember you following me on DeviantArt. I remember stalking your
We
DeviantArt.
back on stream, just so you know.
Oh, what's
Hi
up?
everybody.
Cool. Oh, so anyway, Supe, I wanted to send something to your postal address. I'll just say that out loud right now.
Yep, no worries.
And here's the last digits of my credit card and.
Look, I'm just
Pretty
saying
ones
so
on the back.
in
Oh, hey,
case you were
Supe.
in a conversation that may have been...
I was going to say, you and I were talking about IP addresses again. I'll just remind you what yours is.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, bud. I always forget. Thank you for
Oh,
reminding
hey,
me.
let me just give you my BSBN account number.
Cool. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, perfect.
Awesome.
Let me just tell you where I
Sounds
put
nice.
all the bodies.
From the insert murders
In
that took place at
Minecraft,
this time.
of course.
Let me just tell you where I put that skull.
Super just making us live without saying, "Oh, guys, we're going back on the air." So I don't know how much of that conversation you guys heard.
No, it's literally right as I said it. But like, I
Yeah,
literally
it's
was
really
like,
funny.
press react when you're ready, and I'm just sitting here going, okay. And I can hear you guys chatting on the thing. I'm like, and then I'm like, all right.
All right, you're on the air. Don't swear.
All right,
Fuck
just
everyone.
yeah.
No naughty words.
Fucking go.
No
I swear, fucking,
no
fuck, fucking.
Fucking fuck. Anyway,
Just fucking.
we're fucking.
Just fuck 'em.
It's time to fuck. Let's go.
Play a
Time to
pretty boring game.
It's
Thank
the
you
final
so much.
day. Do you
Pretty
see
fun.
that? Final day.
Guys, we get
2
to
hours
fuck.
remaining.
Woohoo! Let's do it.
Going at the final day.
It's time
Let's
to
solve
fuck.
this crime.
It's time to duck.
February
get you free.
25th, 9:47
Oh god, it's
a.m.
broken again.
District Court Defendant Lobby Number 2.
This is the defendant lobby, all right, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if...
I'm going to go ahead and guess and say this is Bromy.
I'm actually going to say it's you.
Me.
Hmm.
Something's been happening behind the scenes.
Yes.
Worth.
Edgeworth.
Spot on.
Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Sorry,
Egg.
my microphone died. Don't egg
Oh,
me,
no!
swine.
I couldn't... I can't see you, all right?
Oh,
Sorry.
Yes. Shush! Now allow me to read
I wish I could.
Aw.
Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is. That is.
Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. That sexy man. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out.
You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything.
True. Not yet.
In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty.
But she didn't do it.
I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say.
This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her.
The truth?
Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past.
That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened.
I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright.
This is it. It's over. Back off.
I'm Sora.
If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now.
See ya!
Give me your money! February 25th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 9.
Please wish me luck. I have to voice 2 old men who sound somewhat similar by accident, and I apologize.
I believe in you, Bromy.
You got this, Bromy.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Chief Gant?
Oh my god, he just teleported in.
Morning, folks! How's everyone doing? Hey, Angie! I said it right this time. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one! Don't think I can top that!
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours?
Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
What's this all about, defendant?
I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all the charges against me. On February 21 of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana!
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I'd like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... What the fuck?
One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut,
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh, to whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony.
Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue.
I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
That is one of my favorite lines in this series.
It's pretty good. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this, mark my words.
Is that a threat?
Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand.
Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Wish he'd take me by the reins.
Yeehaw, cowboy.
Oh yeah, Bambina.
Now then.
Oh no.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then.
He sure gave in fast.
Man, it's so much easier not to be you, right?
I folded like a deck of cards.
Folded like a hot Mars bar. Jesus.
Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
Trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Two years ago.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in, and he took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth. What does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
Got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
No one admires me for my courage, even when I'm bluffing.
It's because I look cooler while doing it.
I'll give you that. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes. She was second in command under the then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look, and that's when I saw him.
What was the prosecutor doing there?
That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Almost forgot about Gant.
Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in?
I don't clearly remember what happened then. But
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yeah, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman. The victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago?
Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial.
And you tell Detective Goodman about what you saw.
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning.
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence?
Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that, as a prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture.
That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
This is the evidence list from the SL9 incident.
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over? Turn it... Ah, what's this?
Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here.
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one.
Like a friendship bracelet.
Like a friendship placement.
Friendship basement.
I'm going into my friendship basement.
That's where my friendship
Right.
is, in the basement.
Yeah.
You can see.
He's having a stroke.
Yeah. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago. Only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you.
What? What?
Order! Order! But, Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor.
Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let's see. No! No!
Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask?
Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list.
It's a huge fuck you.
It's that thing.
Oh my god.
I guess we know who the real killer is then.
That
He's guilty, Your Honor.
that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record.
Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Picture. Emma's picture.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Sky.
2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue?
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Doc had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. Just glad she wasn't hurt.
What happened after the lightning flashed?
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No. I'm sorry.
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture.
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course. This is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives?
Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
No, of course not. Better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet... there's clearly a contradiction here. It's a big contradiction.
West tab.
West tab.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report.
The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright, and I'm blind as a bat.
Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. You see the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
Ah! What's the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right. But what does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence?
You're treading on thin ice, right?
All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was falsified. You can't deny the possibility.
No. Ah!
Order! 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place on the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's? Could there have been one? The witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw. It can't just be explained away by simple observational error.
Mr. Wright.
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture.
This is the picture of the awards ceremony. Aha!
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon.
Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding?
That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award.
Order! Order! Order!
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
But that can't be.
Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
I mean, this man raising the knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh. Oh!
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What is going on here?
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait. I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? One with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What?
You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away, deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky?
The Blue Badger did it, Your Honor.
I knew it!
First the knife mix-up, and now the Blue Badger? This should be interesting. Emma's recollection.
I just realized her badge is like, oh!
Oh, shit.
Oh shit, this is getting good.
The Blue Badger? Oh my god, Emma! That's crazy!
Oh,
What, Neil
man.
Marshall did it?
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and I rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the Blue Badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin its...
Please, don't pursue this any further.
Lana!
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
Seems we're finally getting to the core of this matter. The apple core.
Nom nom nom.
Nummy num num. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark?
Yes. At least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see was shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then you...
Sorry, I just read what Sunny wrote in chat, and I never realized that before. That's really cool.
That's why I was late on my line, because I was Googling it.
Yeah. Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife.
But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person.
What do you mean, you think?
It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Miss Sky was almost killed before she was a witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happens next?
Are you sure about this?
Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here.
But
But
it was
sorry.
Anyway, it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him somewhere before. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
His shadow. So you mean you didn't actually see his face with his winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did.
Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was.
What was it Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Who is this Blue Badger really? Now, anyone who hasn't played this yet, do you guys know what it might be?
Isn't there like a plushie on the chief's desk or something that's the same, or was that like that spawned at the same time?
No, it had to have been something in the office.
I feel like I know what it is, but it's been a really long time since I played this game.
Yeah, I didn't.
I didn't have a good enough look at the office.
So when I first played this took me fucking forever to get. The Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looks similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Right.
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious Blue Badger lookalike. And I think
It's
I
the
know
Blue
what you're
Badger
gonna do.
panel right here. No.
Blue Badger.
Oh shit.
Holy shit!
I think I know what you're gonna do.
The mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this.
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, it doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger.
Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from.
3D!
3D!
Yeah, imagine, like, trying to rotate this for, like, ages with this music playing.
I mean, you're doing it right now.
No, but, like, there's, like, a very specific... You know what? You don't have to imagine it. You're right. I'm sorry.
You're literally doing it.
Oh, we're looking at it, yeah.
Yeah, okay, you know what?
This
Carry
fucking
on.
jar.
This isn't right. I gotta make it look more like the Badger. Fuck you!
Allow me to
Supe.
remind the defense that its case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we cannot accept his claim.
God, all you guys are.
Gotta find the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more, or horizontally?
Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it.
Gotta show them the correct angle to look at this from. I swear to God, it's like...
No. Face either the top or the tail towards us.
Down.
No, trust.
Yes,
I've got.
if-
Yeah,
Let-
yeah. I've got
Alright,
an.
try
I've got an image that's like. Jesus, this is really hard to rotate. Can I just say it's really irritating? Oh my fucking God, it's good.
I think we're going to...
Just use your stylus pen, bro.
Oh my God, I actually think that would be easier at this point. Hey.
I think this man's actually going to snap live on Twitch.
You saw it here, folks.
All of this
How many
progression.
attempts has he done so far?
One.
Now, see,
That
I look
looks-
forward to you throwing this case because you can't position this correctly.
Thank God that they don't actually like penalize you for getting the wrong angle.
Penal.
Just shut the
Imagine.
fuck up.
Penal at the wrong angle.
Okay, does that look correct?
Looks good.
Okay.
Maybe.
There we go. Alright. Only took
Hey.
2
Did
attempts.
it.
Well, is this a miracle or what?
See, they knew. They knew.
Yeah.
No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger.
In a court of law.
Doesn't even look like a badger.
No, it can't be.
Order! Order!
Jesus.
The defense has proven its claim somehow. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point?
Fucking so.
You know what?
Who-
What do you
Who
mean?
asked?
Who asked? Who cared? What do you mean?
So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything.
Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us. What's the difference now that we know the witness saw this jar?
You know what's funny about this is literally all of these are correct.
Yeah.
Allow me to
Okay.
take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright.
Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Where?
The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
But the body was found But the body was
wow.
found.
Can you do that, but in my butt?
Oh my god.
I am going to try this line again.
Get a room.
But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office.
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body
Yes.
from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office?
Yes.
Why would he have... God damn it. Why would he do that? There's no reason.
Flustered Edgeworth? Exactly.
Oh.
If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what the reason was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
Ah!
A suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword.
That's right, boys. It was Templar Boy all along.
It was Templar.
My god.
My god.
Yes.
Wow, good fight.
And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless... I don't know if I can go through with this.
My god, the night ledged, Marshall.
Legendary.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No!
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
Oh, it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
Oh, you there, Hayara?
Egg.
What?
Oh.
What do you say?
I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances,
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her?
Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this without evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
You certainly can't get dead people to testify. Unless we had Mia here, of course.
Well, at least not in this game.
No, this has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Touche, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another.
That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I gotta think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister is a murderer?
Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek: the truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us a piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would.
Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar.
It looks like someone wiped the blood away.
Yes, but notice, for some reason the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there is a line here drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precious moments left to him to leave a message behind.
One that someone apparently wiped away. The blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions.
Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent.
No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name.
E star.
EA
Sports. It is
EE.
Oh.
E.
Love that he's just using more blood to finish it. I wonder who.
Yeah,
he got
just
it from.
Wright just fucking stabs himself and uses his own blood to write the message.
Yeah, I'm doing a ritual, guys. Come on.
Why are you not
Summoning
speaking Latin?
Damon.
Hail Summonatrium!
Who's gonna summon Damon Gant?
It's a
gonna summon
defense
Emma.
attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma.
So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
Was Emma Skye.
What the fuck is...
See, Worthy, can't say I didn't warn you.
Shut the fuck up.
Chief Gant.
Do you understand the implications of what you've done?
What? What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death.
Don't sound so upset about it.
Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice?
What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
Oh my god! What?
What's going on at the
going
prosecutor's office?
Bunch of fucking clowns out there, eh? What the fuck?
Court! Kangaroo court! Order! Order! Order!
Take off your clothes! The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess.
Recess!
Where this trial is headed, no one knows.
Oh my god, it's still fucking going.
Now, we can finish this in under an hour if you guys are willing to continue.
I wanna keep going. I'm committed.
I'm down.
I want to keep going, but I need
We can
5
take a break.
minutes.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
take a quick 5-er. All right.
We
we'll
need
be...
a recess.
We're having a recess. Go get your Lunchables, guys.
What is
I'm gonna
now
go
in recess?
I'm gonna go play on the playground, and no one can stop me.
Wait, no! You broke your arm last time, Edgeworth.
Well,
This
it's
swing
nearly
set
11
29.
o'clock. I have work tomorrow.
That's okay.
I don't think I have any voices anyway.
I don't think you do. If you're happy for us to continue.
Yeah, that's fine if you guys continue. Just keep me updated.
No worries. Sorry.
No, it's alright. You guys enjoy yourselves. Bye.
Okay. See you,
Bye-bye.
wizard.
Bye, wizard.
Alright, guys, stay tuned. We will be back shortly.
God damn.
You know what? I bet it's got fucking ice punch too, just to rub the salt in the wound. Of course. Of course. Of course. Of course! Of course! Oh no! Oh my god. So the worst thing is when you have a raid and there's like a high body count is having your colonists walk by like 5 dead bodies and getting like a terrible mood debuff from it. It's always irritating as hell when that happens. It's like, dude, just get over it. It's just a dead body. What the fuck? I'm not desensitized. You're desensitized. I'm gonna make you pay for everything you've done, you fucking old bitch of a woman. Ugh! Squat was supposed to get vengeance for her little brother. Damn it! That was most impressive. Fuck you. Fuck you, old lady. Ah. Fucking excuse me? What just happened? Oh my god. McFucking excuse me? Alright. Okay. Look at that sad fucking face. He looks so sad now. It has a pliable body without any bones. If any part of its body is torn off, it grows right back. Big slug boy.
Yeah, just let the raid leaders talk. Yeah, well, that's fine. You can be worried and quiet at the same time.
It was supposed to be all cleared up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is.
Huh? What do you mean?
He died.
Hey, Cinder, just a thought.
Yes.
You can bleach your dirt circle these days.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Would it then become a calamari ring?
Wait, they added a glyph for that? That's
Oh my
dude.
god.
I want a glyph for my dirt circle, dude.
Jesus
Can I make it
Christ, we're off to a good start
Glyph of
tonight.
Purple dirt circle.
Yeah, that's what I
I
want.
mean, if the guy's big enough, it'll make it perfect.
I reckon Noct looks beautiful just the way he is.
Gotta pick this one. My balls. Oh, god damn it, I just threw that. And I can't see where it is. Damn it. Pick up another one. No, that's a UV torch. I'm just terrible at this game, I think. I don't want to to go in there without a torch. That's a UV torch.
Did we end up getting a clip of like the door shutting in your face? And then,
I think I might have found it. Temperature's down to 50.
Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less.
Fuck!
Owned. Here, take my ID card.
We can't do that. If someone found out...
They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be good as terminated.
What?
So at least let me do this.
Oh, what do you? Oh.
For me.
The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witnesses
Subpoenaed.
Well, he's lassoed and rounded up. Yeehaw!
We got our best rangers.
Did you fucking say subpoenaed?
I just say subpoenaed.
Sapopo-nade. It is subpoenaed, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Subpoenaed. I just tripped up. That's all.
It's gonna lasso him, round up that little.
Them in the trash, and then we'll compare them to the fingerprints on file for Yanni Yogi 15 years ago.
I see. That makes sense.
Disc.
Huh?
I'm so very, very sorry, Mr. Wright.
What? Why?
Your face. The witness.
Damn it, he's got me!
February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright and co-law offices.
What the fuck was that noise?
It was just me
Emma, are you okay?
Unzips voice.
Unzips voice.
Unzips esophagus.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright.
Sorry, Mr. Wright. I had to do it to him.
Fuck.
This should help.
Did you just pop a fucking potion? Are you kidding me? I'm just gonna beat you twice as hard now. You know what? Fuck it, I'm pouring the whole bag on here.
Shit, right, you're going to OD, my god.
No, I need to get this right, because I'm Phoenix Wright. I'm gonna cake this entire door in whatever this powder is. Alright, here we go. Ah!
Yay! A print's so clear, it's dazzling. Are you
dazzling?
okay?
I'm fine.
Submit yourself to testing.
Alrighty. Oh wait, shit. I can't.
Egg.
Hello. Okay, we're back. Hello. Welcome.
We're back for egg.
We're back for egg. What's egg? Egg is good. Egg is good. Also, now I can actually say hello, group. How you doing? I already asked how you're doing. You're doing great-ish, except for your head and neck. I hope you feel better. Thank you for work lurking. Appreciate it.
Fleck.
You are the MVP.
Goop.
You're all the MVPs. All right, let's finish this case off. Let's save again because I can't remember if I did or not.
Final day.
It's good to be prudent.
Let us continue. February 25, 12:06, District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble.
Yeah, don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals!
Perfect timing.
Always.
Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Bye.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
What a guy.
Sorry, just Just this fucking imagery of him, like, sad face fading out of existence, and then sad face slowly fading back into existence.
I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark.
Not long there, pal. Making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals.
Take it Lana's having you run errands again?
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this too. Fuck, yeah. Here, she asked me to give you this if there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day.
You must know the rule of evidence law as well only mentioned in this game. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so.
You could at least study some evidence law, really.
You really think he would have going to law school, hey?
Yeah. Hey, I know you're in the middle of a trial, but how about you actually study? Thanks.
Here's how a court actually functions, right? Hey.
How about you actually know the law before you step into the courtroom?
This is life or death, but can you get good?
The chief prosecutor always wanted to give you a message.
A message?
She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book.
Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law securely slipped into pocket and ignored.
Hopefully it doesn't become the same face as my ID card.
It's like me and my legal studies homework, hey?
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, detective.
Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in the prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth! The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Sky found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal!
You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end.
It's really hard when I have them both.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, no, please.
February 25th.
You do a fantastic job.
You do. You really do.
Yeah, you're doing good, man.
1252, District Court, Courtroom number 9.
Court will now reconvene for the trials of Miss Lana Sky.
And several of them.
And several of them. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say.
Judge, did you just shit yourself?
Judge, did you just shit it and cum everywhere?
No! This dignified man has not reached that age yet, nor has his bowels failed him.
I'm
He
just
is
saying.
doing quite well.
It sounded like a little bit. Anyway, it's okay. It's all right. You go.
This guy runs. He has an excellent exercise regime. You
There he
see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may
He
have.
fucks too.
Struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
a solution.
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
President, this dick. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Then it's settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over.
The defense calls. Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. This sexy lad.
It's time.
Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it.
As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Is there some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir?
Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
So, you want to play hardball, huh? But please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh, like what?
Like your face, and the role you played in all of this.
Hey, I have a good face.
It was a good face.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware of court that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry, I am not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
SL9 incident.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, I'd better hit him hard and fast. So just for the sake of time, I'm not gonna press every single thing. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's the blue badger you showed us earlier.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy.
So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery?
Who, me? Or do you mean you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence.
Hmm?
Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto?
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. No.
I love calling myself nicknames.
Oh yes, I call myself Worthy.
Because I am worthy.
Chef's kiss.
Sorry, I was a little too into it.
It's all good. I thought it was your line too, and I was confused for a moment.
God. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
I'm gonna just screen cap that for reasons.
Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
Awesome. Just gonna make a meme out of that later. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together.
It's for evidence and forgery.
It's window.
Windows.
Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences.
Oh.
Indeed. I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, RG, in return, though. I know. That place, right?
Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? They voiced by the same guy or something? Bromy's just having a conversation with himself, like, ah, yes. The steak dinner. The scent
We've
of my
all been
youth
there,
and the
Bernie.
smell of fresh lemon.
Yeah.
Really, Chief
My
Gant?
hemorrhoids.
At the very least, we haven't even got to the hemorrhoids thing. At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all of this.
Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police.
Oh.
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
Yes. But what do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway.
Ah!
Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. Where did that voice come from?
That was good. I felt something with that. Nothing in it for you?
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, who would he have helped someone out? Would he even have he? Woodchuck chuck wood. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to betray the chief. As a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in the light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all of this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
And yet you had the audacity to claim you weren't senile.
Where am I? Oh, wait! You must mean puppet is in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive, to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her.
Right so, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? Order! 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 I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in a law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That is impossible.
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier-to-understand language. You know, for your senile brain.
It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now.
Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
And you prove this, Mr. Wright, that the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder.
Good question.
Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. All right then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7 sevens. The same as the remaining ID number on that list.
That threw me.
Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense search of my office was in violation of regulations.
And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court... But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant. I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime.
Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it.
So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police.
Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it.
He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him?
There's no other way the murderer and the Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly.
But wait. The Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet, you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body.
No!
My god, he's powering up.
Chief Gant, you didn't!
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony.
Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. And this is how he moved the detective... This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here?
It's here because... Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office.
But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to.
You mean I...
The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief? Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Order! 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 What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photograph of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite.
It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something. I believe... Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special.
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? There's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So you're going to just run away after all this?
Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed all Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
Well,
You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor?
Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body.
Do I have any concrete proof? It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
See, Aji? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What?
It's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Aji, I'll leave the rest to you. Fade out.
Fading out.
Just gonna teleport out of here.
Time to disappear.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Ah!
Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
A lady who knows the truth. Another witness.
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony.
But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify.
There's still someone else. One more witness who can help answer all the questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, Does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth. We can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth.
The defendant, Ms. Lana Sky?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body, in accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is...
I think this is Hayera.
Just one moment. I was prepared to talk.
All Gucci.
Back to my office. Okay. Hold on.
Huh?
Oh, it's scanned.
Oh,
Never mind.
Wow,
no, surprise!
Well,
you went out of the kitchen for that.
Well, you're going to be talking a lot in a bit anyway.
Okay, let me finish
Sorry.
putting potatoes on.
I'm sorry.
Taters. Chief Guard likes taters. Oh.
I heard a divine smell, Archie, and I have returned.
Listen good, Lana. I may have missed a whole lot of text, but that's okay.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said it. He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you'd need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
Ah, this is good.
Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet.
As he materializes out of existence again.
Okay. If there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
Your Honor, that was literal blackmail in your court. What the fuck?
I know, right? That was so obvious. What the hell? Come on, Archie.
Gay. February 20.
Please.
Who's speaking to me right now?
February 25, 2:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2.
Looks like we managed to stay in the game.
Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
That chief! He's something else, eh, pals?
Detective Gumshoe.
I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Ah, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office.
My office?
Sure. I'll take that place of the top-knotted girl I used to work with.
What do you mean, Maya?
Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. Oh, he always gets the upper hand.
It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify.
Settle down, Wright. Remember that what the judge said.
Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Risks? What did he mean by that?
It's simple.
Sorry, Jerry's just climbing on my...
Jerry!
If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true.
I think this is actually Hayera this time.
I mean, clearly it's
spots.
I'm sorry.
But the spots. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too?
I'm gonna be wrong again, aren't I? Ah, god damn it!
Son of a bitch!
Damn.
I'm sorry.
People.
Emma, are you okay? You sounded like your sister for a moment.
Yeah, when I came
So
to, I
sorry.
was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do.
That must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't blame yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
I blame the government.
Gumshoe is so red-pilled.
Look, Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see.
Well, we'd better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait
No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. I mean, if anything, you can charge Mr. Chief of Police with criminal negligence, because who the hell has a real sword and a suit of armor?
Also, it's time for Dick to get his punishment.
I assure you, Dick will receive the maximum punishment. Such a good line. Alright, last part for realsies this time.
It's
Let's
time
do
for
it.
your 3 a.m. cough dropping.
Dick will be in a cage forever.
February 25, 2:21 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9.
Also, I'm going to be really disappointed if Gumshoe doesn't become Phoenix's partner for any amount of time. That sounds awesome.
Now
I
then,
would play that game.
will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand?
Yes,
Okay,
I will.
for realsies
That's
this time. I'm so sorry.
I make a mesh with my results.
Yes, match.
Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
Oh, as in you're making the mash now?
No, sorry. But,
Oh.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Sorry.
you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course. The truth.
Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony.
Well, it's a dumb mummy sub-daddy kind of mentality.
You're the only chance we have to get Dom Daddy.
He actually enjoys being bent over that desk.
Only you would know this since you share offices.
Manual.
Gant and the Fabrication.
I worked alongside I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
fucking lying?
Why the fuck you lying?
Bitch, why you lying?
God damn it, we have the means to to win. Stop it!
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course, I'm sure.
But Lana, stop fucking lying!
If this is true, then that means Chief Gaunt has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning.
Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She just can't stop lying.
No, stop!
But what if she's telling the truth?
Phoenix!
Bitch, I know she's not. I
Stop
know
being
I know
gaslit,
my
Felix.
sister. Come on. Stop being naive. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside.
The how she's been speaking for the past 2 years.
Exactly. Deep down, she's screaming in agony.
Oh,
Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself.
Bitch, why you lying?
Why the fuck you...
Defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Oh, I'm ready. Ready!
Get her, Phoenix.
Oh, shit, too far. You say you did this all by yourself?
yes.
Would you mind
Wrong.
telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. A broken prosecutor award knife was stuck into the victim's body.
What? The prosecutor marshal died from an unfortunate accident.
That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Doc?
Something like that.
If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Doc was carrying a switchblade knife.
Oh, that was lying on the floor, a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes.
You planted the tip of Doc's knife in the victim's body?
And then you moved the body?
But why? Why would you do that?
You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. Wow, chicka, wow, wow.
My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gaunt's desk.
But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring everyone's attention. A significant contradiction lies within your testimony.
Contradiction? In my testimony?
A contradiction, you might say.
Contradiction.
You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threaten my plan."
That's right.
You have a problem with that?
Yeah, I do.
It's
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood.
Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write this message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died.
Ah.
He couldn't have written Emma's name on the shattered jar.
Order! Order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical?
Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Jar and message in blood.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time.
She didn't think Doc was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Miss Skye, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of.
Oh? What?
We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe.
In the chief's safe? But how?
I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. Pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that?
No one fucking cares, Your Honor.
And he truly claims not to be senile. Have you forgotten, Your Honor?
I can see a mile very well.
When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
Sorry, Sega just knocked my headset.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Stop being so fucking biased!
No!
Almost like they're the same person.
I'm taking you down, Your Honor. You're going down with him.
Wait. I'm not the one on trial here.
You wanna be?
I will claim your beard as my trophy when this is done. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called?
Fabrication of evidence.
Ailment.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister, Emma, killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark. Sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet.
There's actual blood there.
No. I did it on my own.
Please, sis, stop fucking lying. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake.
No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Oh my god, even I'm getting sick of you.
Wait a minute. What if... we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Something wrong, Mr. Wright.
Lana, maybe right after all.
What do you mean, right?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
Yes, it's called bluffing. Miss Skye, please testify once more.
But...
Pretty please? If evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Skye, if you will.
I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
Right. The witness may testify once more for the final time.
Final do-over.
30th do-over. Here we go. Actual crime scene.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor. Emma and Drake... Drake. Emma...
Drake and Josh.
Drake and Josh. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. Chief Gant helped me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword?
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof.
Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Right, you're an idiot.
Lana must have known.
Uh,
See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you.
That's how much she gave me for asked me to give you something, pal.
We don't all think you're scum sucking.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Yo.
He's a little burb. How do I open book?
Cheap.
No, I think no. I think there's the picture. You can see the picture sticking out.
There's something sticking out. How do we get to it?
Is there? Where?
Yeah, the microscope. It's on the bottom. You can see it.
On the pages.
Yeah.
What, like there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's nothing to click there though. Like
It highlighted yellow before.
Oh, there it was.
So you lost it.
You had it on the.
No, back
You
down
had
to
it
the
on the corner.
There we go.
on the
Got
right.
it. I got it.
there.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah. We did
Okay.
it.
Oh Jesus, yeah,
Wow.
that's pretty incriminating.
Whoa.
Fucking hell!
Jesus Christ.
Whoa.
Hey.
I
there's
thought this was a
picture in
good
here.
Christian court.
Nah, bro.
There's certainly a
good.
picture there.
It's fucking graphic, bro. It was Templar officer all
Oh.
along.
It was the
Nope,
Templar.
Chuck Tester.
Wow, good fight.
This is the actual crime scene.
No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything.
Lana's picture inserted into the court record.
Mr. Wright. That piece cut out from his vest. That be.
Cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this?
This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whose ever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
What? Those fingerprints. They're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning purple, Mr. Wright? Why are you banging your head on the desk, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Actual crime scene.
Oh,
Hold it! Come now, Aji. This is the poorest excuse for her trial I've ever seen. Chief Guard. What, now you want to make me out as a bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You already declined to testify. That means you've forfeited your right to make any statements of any sort.
This must be that risk we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
savage. Oh.
So what? You think I'm worried?
Yes.
Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright?
I show that piece of evidence now. Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? Better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie! Chief Gaunt? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about, Chief Gaunt? Also, why are you still here? You can't testify.
Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like a part of it has been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happens. What?
You can't.
You mean
It can't testify.
you're testifying?
Testify!
Money?
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame laid with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Sky?
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Jock convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
But why? For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, What's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too?
Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gant? That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe?
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as the murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. Should have shown it then before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. The moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
So fun fact, if I'd presented this previously when they asked me, it would have been an instant game over.
Nice.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes! At last, you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that this immediately be sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean...
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that?
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is...
Emma? Emma Skye?
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
Would you? You monster!
Miss Skye.
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Skye, it's not over yet.
What?
I
I said this trial isn't over yet.
Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your but your carer's allowance is gone. Once
no.
I said,
Damn!
Now I will look after the judge.
And he was just going senile too. Thank you for the hydrate, Goop.
but your career too. You purposefully concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy.
Do I look phased, motherfucker?
What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer.
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh, and what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves that the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Skye, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
Talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth.
And what exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Skye took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all this blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth! Wait. There's no blood on it. Ah!
Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Miss Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
No! This is nonsense!
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside.
Likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out.
If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skye? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword.
Then to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death. Said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it.
Remember what you admitted, only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer.
Oh.
It's finally all over.
That was close, Rhino. You almost had me.
Huh?
Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean, you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order! Order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji. Earlier, old Rhino here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Rhino? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair.
Ha! Ha ha ha! Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gaunt's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
Seems at last. Time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
I admit I refused to present it at one point.
Aha! So the evidence is illegal.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Huh?
It's not that I didn't present evidence then, it's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No, Haji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe.
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence illegal or not?
Well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law.
Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department.
Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago. No!
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless.
The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant.
You yourself confessed to a certain truth.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes! No!
It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth.
The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. There's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you.
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum! For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman?
Yeah, that's right.
If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me.
Goodman turned him down, and he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please open the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There's too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm gonna hand this over to Marshall.
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out.
Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint on the Detective Gumshoe's locker.
I used to be known as the crime computer. Everyone had to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
Then you put the body in my car?
I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You made a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker?
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments and the glove.
Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer.
Funny that.
They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, gee. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you... I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Aji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. Ha ha ha! They should fuck already.
Yeah.
There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes?
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble.
My, what high standards you have for a rookie.
Huh?
I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Sky.
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing.
Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it. I only did my job.
He's blushing.
Stop being nice to me, goddammit.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky.
Yes, Your Honor?
You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
Yay!
Guilt naughty.
Yay!
That is all. This court is adjourned.
We did it, gamers.
Back to the home I go.
February 25th, 5:03 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended.
I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well.
You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Oh my god.
What do you think, pals? Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later.
This
Wait,
man.
Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while I'm... And on top of you call me here. I've seen heavier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
I'll tell if you want.
Emma, I owe you an apology.
It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess.
Sis.
I asked Aunt to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now I realized I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
But sis, you were only doing it for me.
No.
Huh?
I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you.
Sis.
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy?
Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have.
Oh, Emma. Emma!
Aww.
Cute photo to wrap things up. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path, and it is from there that we can move forward onto brighter futures. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe.
Me?
Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here.
There he is.
Where was he hiding?
In the shadows.
Lurking.
I
For
just
the
came
shadows.
to say congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Well, I'll be going now.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly. Not you.
It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right.
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
But Edgeworth?
Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. Because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth or I would have been able to find on our own?
My attorney said.
No, that's not it. There we go.
That's the picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other.
Like a friendship bracelet.
Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture.
This happened by chance, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's time for me to go.
Oh, edgy.
Mr. Edgeworth.
If you'll excuse me. There are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Edgeworth! What will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you.
I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, Wright. But what I face now is my problem.
Edgeworth. I'll be waiting for you in court.
Farewell.
I'd better be going too.
Okay. But I'll be by to visit you soon.
It seems we both have a lot to learn. And catching up to do. Yeah, this is a little something for you.
Scientific investigation?
the first book I ever bought. Study it well.
Thanks, sis. I will.
And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself.
Well, no good tracking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, Detective?
It's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But...
I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a girl in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, leave me. It wasn't cheap either.
Huh?
Way to go, Detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill.
Huh? Huh?
What, you think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it... I suddenly feel like I want to scream.
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
And that's the end, guys. Good job.
Did it.
That's what you get for getting me fired, pal.
I got you fired twice.
I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma.
Fuck yeah.
Look at all that coke.
That's a lot of coke, guys. Don't do coke. That's if you learn anything from this, don't do coke.
That's just the amount that Edgeworth sneezed out.
Yikes! I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily.
It's like gum on your shoe. Thanks for sticking around for this, by the way. I know we, really went over time.
Yeah, this is a fucking long-ass case, my God.
No, this is literally the longest case in the series. In the entire series.
I believe it.
Yeah. I'll try this one. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy! Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard! My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today! I'll show him though! Someday I'm gonna make detective! Yes, sir! Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe!
Pretty good.
That was a solid impression.
All you gotta do is be anxious. That's literally his voice. Anxious and loud.
You just have to be uncertain. You just have to be uncertain about every aspect of your life.
Anxiety, we meet again.
Oh look, the blue badge is still there.
Oh fuck, he's
vibing.
still looking at us.
Oh, sneer.
Don't see my show.
God, I hate that guy.
I'm the blue badger.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, sad.
Thank God.
End of an era.
Thank God. Blue Badger, 2022 to 2022. Never forget.
Rip. F in the
Always
chat.
forget, actually. Thanks, see ya, bye.
What is it? Can't you see him having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Starr managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like he did it. He even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
What?
Billy is his cactus.
Meekins was watering him before.
Oh.
Yeah.
I love
So he's gonna
continuity.
kill the cactus. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards.
That would leave a bitter taste in your mouth.
Oh my god.
Oh my lord, look at that lunch. Hey, it's Udgay.
I'll never forget
about
what
my
the young
cousin?
defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left?
Jesus
Anyway,
Christ.
he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be. Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go!
My god, he really is going Cena.
Legit, hey.
It started as a joke, but now I'm concerned.
It gets better, trust me.
It does.
Not his senility, just it gets better.
He ain't
Oh,
going
no.
anywhere, hey.
Oh no.
Still love that there's like a 7-year time skip between this and the next trilogy, and he's still fucking doing stuff.
Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium.
Mr. Maya, afternoon training's about to begin.
Coming! Well, see you around, Nick.
Sooner than you think.
Mm. You know, it would have been cool is at the end when he's like, I gotta go off and go on a journey and find myself. I'm thinking, find justice for all.
Yeah, that's the name of the next
Yeah.
game. Fuck yeah.
That would have been like the best line, honestly.
would've.
And they wrote this case after the games had been released, so they should have done it.
Had an opportunity.
And they missed it.
Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on?
You'll find out what that says next game.
Yeah, you could have had a nice moment to segue into the next game if it weren't for interrupting Gumshoe and his antics.
Always.
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you
kid.
so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
Cute. Oh shit.
Now we have to figure out how to open it.
Is this a Lana line?
Nah, it's just a photo.
Okay.
Oh, cute.
Yeah.
That's
There was silence and I
way
was
back
concerned.
when. Oh, cute. Look at Emma.
You're puppy.
It's a
I see
little-
bright things in your future, Emma. Don't worry.
Oh my god, Capcom. Who's this character?
Cap.
Who voices Capcom?
My
That's
name's
it.
Capcom and I'm old. Seriously, I've been around for ages.
My name's
Cool.
Just
Capcom
gave
and
me
I
old
like
mag
money.
flashbacks.
That is literally the first game done completely.
Yay!
Good
We
job,
did it.
guys. Thank you so much.
You did it.
Well done, everyone. That was awesome.
We did it. We did it. We
As-
did it. Hey.
Mom, we did it.
Dora
did
would be so proud.
I'm so keen to start the next game as well
Oh
because
my god.
the games just get progressively good, in my opinion.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
At least the
Yeah,
first
it's
trilogy does.
crazy. It's crazy how long we've been doing this one. It feels like I've spent as much time with Emma as I have with
Dude,
Mia.
this case has
Mia,
as
yeah.
many streams as all the cases previous to it.
Wow, and we
Damn.
did take a huge break as well.
Yeah.
We did,
We
yeah.
You guys had to move to Redacted.
Yes, we did indeed move to Redacted, and it
And I
was
had to scout out the location.
yeah.
You guys had to move to Evidence Not Found.
Evidence not found in the court record.
You're clear.
Wessing Cow.
I can still hear her voice now.
Yeah. Thank you guys for staying up to finish this off. I really appreciate it. You were going above and beyond.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't hard.
It's
I've only
okay.
been up for 6 hours.
Well,
I had spuds to eat anyway.
True.
I'm gonna be dead tomorrow.
Well, I won't keep you too long, but I will give you all a nice sound off. So please give it up for the lovely voice talents of Romy Tries.
I don't know how I survived what I did. That was good fun. It was good fun. I loved it. Did I peek when I yelled as well? I probably
Nah, I don't think you did. It was fine. Also, give a lovely thank you to Hayera,
Yay! Hi.
Sunfell,
Yes.
Sir Kirby, aka Fluffy, aka whatever other names I call you.
The man of many names.
Okay, he's left. Goodbye.
He's like, I'm
Later,
out of
nerd.
here. I'm on the payroll.
Oh, he left the call. Oh my god.
Hey, he just that's his signature move. He doesn't say shit. No, but thank you. And also thank you to Not Shrimpy Joe, Ika, Wizard Villain, and I'm pretty sure that's everyone. I guess I should thank myself too for organizing this, but
Thank you, Supe.
that seems self-congratulatory, and I'm not really about
I mean,
that.
the only
Go,
thing
Sue.
you've done is made this entire thing possible, so don't toot your own horn here.
Ah, you're right. That's not
We don't
really
need
much
you to
of
suck
anything.
your own dick. Yeah.
Rest assured, your dick will
Someone's
face
got
the
to.
maximum punishment.
Shit, bro, I'm bringing that meme back up again. Where is it?
It was great.
Open original. That's what I'm gonna put as the ending screen to this stream. There we go.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Rest
Good
assured,
lord.
Dick will receive the maximum punishment. The best line. Okay, thank you all for joining. I will see you next time for another stream. Probably Kingdom Hearts 3 on Tuesday. Can't believe I finished 2 games off in a week. That's fucking nuts.
Crazy.
Next week's gonna be a new beginning for everybody.
Yay.
Hold on.
New chapter.
Quickly see who to rate. Oh, I'm gonna go send you all to look at some kittens because you all deserve it.
Ooh, kittens.
Thank you for
I like
sticking
this.
by, Goop. You have a lovely day, Goop. Thank you. Sorry, I just saw your thing there. Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah.
See you guys next time. See you all next week for more Phoenix Wright.
Bye.
Bye.
Tater taters.
Got them taters.